bond number 0798292. Also, bond release for Dollar General in Bunker Hill, that's a grading bond. BCP file number 2011-300 tied to BCP number 013-19 and R00585-20, and that's bond number 4432380. Bond reduction, Southbrook Section 2, Phase 1 Final, BCP file 2407-201 tied to BCP file 2405-113. That's number 2304-138, number 2407-204, and 2205-136. Bond number 00832506. Southbrook Phase 2, Section 2, Phase 2, BCP file 2407-202 tied to BCP file 2410-328, number 2306-210, and number 2407-207 and 22005-136. That's bond number 00382508. Bond reduction for Springdale Farms Phase 4, lots 102 to 127 and 233 to 244. That's on the final. BCP file number 2304-134 tied to BCP file number 2304-135, number 2102-040, and number 65-04, bond number 01724556. Bond reduction overlook at Riverside PUD, phases 6, lots 53 to 64, 158 through 168, and 214 to 221. And this is final. BCP 2412-395 tied to BCP file 2501-011 and number 2308-206 and 2012-357. Bond number AL 104113. Have a bond reduction Riverside PUD Phase 7, lots 78 through 112, 244 to 251, and 289 to 305 for final. BCP file 2412-396 tied to BCP file 2501-012, number 2405-124, number 2012-357, bond number AL 104436. Engineering Department has that recommendation as well. You have any questions for Doug? Like, you've been busy last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, getting those reductions and releases, so thank you, Doug. Have an acceptance of the fiscal year 26 Records Management Preservation Board grant, and that's a 12-month grant for the circuit clerk and the county clerk to assist in the management and preservation of county records, with a total award of $35,000 with a grant match of 10%, which is $3,500. And at this point, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved, Mr. President.
I'll second that.
It's been properly moved and second. All in favor? Any further questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There are no assessment or apportionment applications for or deconsolidations as presented from the assessor this week. So we will go now to board and meeting reports. Commissioner Hardy.
Yes, I had a Berkeley County Public Water District meeting on Monday night, and it was a good, productive meeting. The board has let out a substantial amount of bonds with a pretty good rate of return. It was discussed that there's about $100 million worth of water projects under construction right now in Berkeley County, and there's another $20 million out to bid for some new storage tanks. So they're waiting the bids on the storage tanks, and I believe those are going to be in the Hedgesville area and somewhere centrally placed in the county. I'm not exactly sure where the second location was, but they just talked about maybe someplace more centralized in the county for a water tank. So that was the main focus of discussion there. Everything seems to be moving ahead, and those projects are moving through Region 9, and bills are being paid, and things look like they're in good shape.
I think those tanks, John, the one is on Ridge Road and the other one is in the area of the Clorox facility
Okay.
to service the industrial area there in Tabor Station.
Well, the river plant project is moving right along. There was quite a substantial payment made, so that is all reviewed by Region 9 and has to go through a large review process, and there was a large sum of money let, so that project is definitely moving forward.
Commissioner Whitaker?
I had no meetings to report, but I do have a solid waste authority coming up next week.
Very good, sir. Mr. Catlett?
Just had one board meeting since our last Thursday. Farmland Protection met on Monday night. We're going to have some interviews coming up here in March. We have 2 positions that are going to be open. Tom Gleason, his second term is expiring. You're allowed 2 consecutive 4-year terms. His is expiring at the March will be his last meeting. And George Miller, who we just approved for renewal of another 4-year term, has changed his life around to where he's moving to Iowa, so he's going to be coming off the board as well. So I did want to mention that LaVon Payton attended the meeting Monday night. If you don't know who she is or remember her, she was the director here for Farmland Protection years ago, but she's also the state executive director now for Farmland Protection. So I asked her how many counties now are in the Farmland Protection Program, and she said 21. There's approximately 43,000 acres in the state that's been preserved. And so if you look at what we've done here in Berkeley County, over 9,300 now, we have 22% of that acreage is here in Berkeley County, and the other 20 counties have the remainder. So the other thing I wanted to report, I sent a letter back in January to Lee Thorne, who's a District 5 engineer and manager for the Department of Highways, Division of Highways, and my concern in the letter was about the new access road that CMC is going to create on Route 11 North. And I expressed to him that our concern was tractor and trailers with quite a bit of weight on them are going to be pulling out onto 11 from a dead stop, and that it should require a stoplight. There was a study done in his response to me back in 2023, and based on the standards that they use to determine whether there's a stoplight needed, it didn't meet those standards. So at this point in time, there is no plan to do a stoplight there. And so I'm still a little bit concerned. I think it could be a real issue. And I don't know what else to do at this point other than keep mentioning it to the Division of Highways when we have meetings with them that we think it's a concern. You know, I pointed out the fact that Red Rock down there, which is not even occupied yet, has a stoplight.
Turn lane.
And a turn lane and all that. And of course, it would be at the expense of the developer, but still, it seems to me that the traffic's going to be moving faster on the CMC site than it is down at Red Rock, because there's, you know, it's the main intersections there, just a few hundred yards away. So, but we just need to, I think, keep asking them to consider this, and maybe it'll. I would hate to see it get done after an accident happens first. So, but that's all that I have. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, and in those meetings that we've attended with the Department of Highways, just so everybody understands, there's one set of traffic warrants for the entire state of West Virginia. And we've tried to encourage them with our growth here and the density of our growth in the county to look at a separate set of traffic warrants for growth counties in particular. And we can't seem to get them to move off of that needle there at all. So I know that our engineer has made multiple requests over the period of time for different things upon subdivisions to have turn lanes or deceleration lanes, and they don't want to hear it. So we try at every turn to try to improve the traffic flow and have a safe and efficient highway department here. I did have a special meeting last Thursday, and it dealt with staffing for Back Creek Valley, and that was with the fire board, which you'll see in your packet coming up about that approval. I also had a LAPC meeting, and they're working on a tabletop drill for the school system. I think the date's in May the 20th. Their commodity flow study is in, but it hasn't been released yet until they have a chance to review it. And the commodity flow study takes a snapshot of what's going up and down the highway and what's on the rail to give our first responders an idea of what's coming through our community, and to also give them an opportunity to possibly train on some materials, hazardous materials in particular, that they may need additional equipment or training on. So it's a very good opportunity for them to see what's going through here. Also, I had two separate Zoom meetings, but one of them had to do with property management with the Development Authority, and the other one was just my regular meeting with the Development Authority. Yesterday, I did Zoom. We continue to have folks still looking here in Berkeley County, wanting to do business here, and anytime that we can increase job opportunities and expand the tax base, that's our goal. So that ends up my meetings of the week. And next we have our honorary commissioner. And
Mr. President, could I touch on just one thing quickly?
Sure.
That Commissioner Catlett spoke about there. I have myself, we talked about this at our HEPMO meeting. I am gravely concerned about that entrance and exit out of that facility there. That is a high-speed part of Route 11. Once you come through the light there, it's a downhill stretch when you're heading north, and you gain speed quickly. And I think that maybe that road and an intersection right there, and then also the intersection of Beddington Road and Knighttown Road and Route 11. There is turn lanes there now, but I think that there needs to be an arrow for each way. So when you're trying to make a left, and we've got a new development that's going to be right there on the corner of Knighttown and Route 11. We have two new developments that are going in off Beddington Road. One is Foxtail, and I can't remember the other one. Me and Doug had this conversation. I think that there needs to be something done there, because I believe it's a very high risk of someone being hit when they're trying to make a left turn onto Knighttown or a left onto Beddington Road. And I have sat there before through a couple light cycles trying to make a left there. So maybe when we go to Charleston next week, we can have some meetings and try to highlight those two areas as priorities, and any other areas in the county that any of the other commissioners see fit to be a priority. But I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of my concerns.
We need to go to Charleston with this issue now. We
Yeah.
tried District 5 and move on.
It's going to be bad when those trucks come out to make a right if they're heading north on
Yeah,
Interstate
no,
81.
but trying to make
But
a
make a
left-
left to try to head south on 81 is going to be really dangerous.
Someone's going to get hurt.
Yeah, and I would hate to see someone get hurt and then in action. So thank you for that.
Let's get a letter and get it sent.
Let's send one to the governor's office. Let's
Yes,
send one to the Department of
that's right.
Highways, and let's work on that while we're in Charleston.
And we'll get all the signatures of the commissioners to show our support and concern for that.
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. President.
You're welcome. All right, next up is Isaac Schaeferman. He is our honorary county commissioner. He's from Faith Christian Academy.
Good morning,
Good morning,
Isaac. Thank you for being here. You want to raise your right hand? I'm going to swear you in here to the oath of office. You can say, I, Isaac Schaeferman,
I, Isaac Schaefer,
do swear that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States
do swear that I will uphold the Constitution
and the Constitution of the State of West Virginia.
and the Constitution of the State of Michigan.
I will work hard to fulfill my responsibilities
I will work hard to fulfill my responsibilities
of the office of Honorary Commissioner
of the office of Honorary Commissioner
to which I have been appointed,
to which I have been appointed.
so help me God.
So help me God.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for being here today. Here's a certificate for you. All right, thank you.
Isaac, what type of interest do you have and what you maybe want to do in the future?
Well, the plan right now is to major in biology and take that as an undergrad with the broad umbrella as it is and go to medical school.
Great.
Oh, wow.
Fantastic.
That's awesome.
That sounds like a plan.
Any idea where you're heading?
Not yet.
Not
We're still
yet?
waiting to hear back from some colleges.
Still waiting to hear back from WVU?
Actually, I did get into WVU.
That's awesome.
I've been got accepted to 2 colleges, WVU and Liberty University. But I'm still waiting to hear back from
That's
some
awesome.
others.
Fantastic.
Exciting news.
Now listen, along our morning, if there's something that you have a comment or a question about, please get my attention. And I'd like to hear what you've got to say. All right? Thank you.
I used to work with my sixth grade father
Oh, is that right?
years ago. He came for many, many years. Like family.
Oh,
It's
wow.
a wonderful family.
Yeah. All right, well, we're just a few minutes ahead. Will, are you ready?
Not for one of them I am, yes,
What?
Commissioner. If you want to get that out of the way and allow for the bid opening, I think we'll have everybody.
Okay,
That's okay.
sure.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning, sir.
Our first estate hearing for the estate of James S. Swinson is actually, there have been some developments since that petition has been filed. James S. Swinson passed away on June 22nd, 2024, seemingly intestate, meaning without a will, while a resident of Berkeley County. On July 26, 2024, Mr. Robert Allen Blackman qualified as administrator for Mr. Swinson's estate. Curiously, while Mr. Blackman declared that he was the sole heir at law, stating that he was Mr. Swinson's son, he presented my office with a $100,000 surety bond through Travelers Casualty and Surety Company of America. Though not typically warranted for sole heirs, after all, the entire purpose of such a bond is to secure the non-administrator parties. My office qualified Mr. Blackman and kept his bonded status on record. In November 2024, James S. Swinson Jr., by counsel, filed a petition to remove Mr. Blackman, stating that not only was he not the sole heir of the estate, that Mr. Blackman was not an heir of Mr. Swinson at all. My office immediately sought to schedule this hearing today, giving Mr. Blackman adequate and more than adequate time to find legal representation given the circumstances surrounding Mr. Blackman's qualification. In January of this year, Mr. Blackman personally appeared to the fiduciary supervisor's office to present with an original will, for the decedent, dated November 19th, 1985. The will met all of West Virginia legal requirements for a valid will. It nominated Mr. Blackman's sister, Cynthia Winters, as executrix, and bequeathed her various specific items of Mr. Swinson's, then split everything between the petitioner and the respondent in this matter. In West Virginia, once an intestate estate has a subsequent valid original last will and testament submitted, the will controls. Thus, my office qualified Miss Winters once the will was received and removed Mr. Blackman as a matter of law. As such, Mr. Swinson Jr.'s petition is moot. Mr. Blackman has already been removed as the administrator. However, Mr. Blackman did personally represent this estate under dubious circumstances, seemingly, for months. As such, I ask for this commission's consideration to keep Mr. Blackman's surety bond in place until such time he provides my office with an interim accounting showing any and all probate assets handled by Mr. Blackman and their ultimate fate during his service as administrator.
Okay, well, I don't blame you for your request. It sounds pretty legitimate to me.
Sounds fairly reasonable and straightforward to me.
Yeah, I make a motion that we approve the advice of our counsel and move forward with this request.
Second that.
Properly moved and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Thank you, Will.
All right, thank you.
We gotta do bid opening before you do go.
Of course.
Yes, he's not ready for the second one.
Yeah, not ready for the second one just quite yet. All right, thank you, John.
Thank you, Will.
Okay,
Is that
next,
all one- is that all one bid?
That is all.
He said a
next
record-
up is our RFQ, Architectural Engineering Services for a public safety building on the,
These are just requests for qualifications.
Yes, sir.
There's no numbers on them.
That's
No
correct.
numbers.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, your RFQs have a notification of public present, and my count looks like you have 11 packets received.
Here's the certification of publication right here.
We didn't break the record. The record's 20. That was 17 weeks ago.
I did sharpen my knife.
I believe you did.
Don't move too quick over there, Chad. Get cut.
Yeah, you open them. Number two.
All right, the first one is Bignell, Watkins, and Passer. Out of, they actually have two different locations. One is in Annapolis, Maryland, and the other one is Vienna, Virginia.
Kevlar.
The next one is New River Engineers Incorporated. They have multiple offices also in Charleston, Shrewsbury, West Virginia, Morgantown, and Athens, Ohio. Next one is Newcomer Associates out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania.
They're newcomers?
Newcomer. Next one is ZMM Architects and Engineers. ZMM. And their offices are in Blacksburg, Virginia, Charleston, West Virginia, Marietta, Ohio, and Martinsburg, West Virginia. Next one is McKinley Architecture and Engineering. And they are in Martinsburg, West Virginia. This one is Crabtree and Wilbraw and Associates out of Charlottesville, Virginia.
Familiar name.
Yep. Alpha and Associates, architectural engineers out of Morgantown. I think they also have a local office. This one is from AE Works Ltd. They're out of Arlington, Virginia. They have additional offices in State College, Pennsylvania, and Pittsburgh.
I feel like I need a Jeopardy theme.
Yes.
Should have a little music in there from time to time. Oh, I like that thought.
I can do it.
That's number 9, right?
Yes, sir.
Do it on our phone.
Let's see.
Steve would like Motown music. He likes Motown.
Motown, that's it.
This MW Studios out of Nottingham, Maryland.
I think I knew the sheriff from there.
Nottingham?
Yeah, Robin Hood.
Next is Thrasher Engineering, and they are out of Bridgeport, Maryland, or Bridgeport, West Virginia.
That's the last one.
I've been looking for. Buckhart Horn, engineers, architects, and planners out of Philadelphia and York, Pennsylvania. Will, are you ready for your next?
believe so, which I think the
Petitioner's attorney is here. The party who I think is petitioning the commission is not yet here. So
Okay.
I don't know if we want to.
We move on.
Okay,
We'll wait.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, next up is Chad Weinbrenner, Deputy County Administrator, and the cost-sharing agreement for the paid firefighters.
Yes, sir. In front of you today is 2 cost-sharing agreements between yourselves and the Fire Service Board of Berkeley County. The first agreement is for a 50% cost share for 9 paid firefighters. That is 50% annually. That was an agreement that was previously discussed and approved by this body. The second agreement came from the membership at Back Creek Valley approaching the Fire Board and the County Commission requesting 24-hour staffing as well. The Fire Board has agreed to cover the full cost of that 24-hour staffing, which will be 3 additional firefighters for 1 year. That's the second agreement in front of you, and that was approved by the Fire Board at last Thursday's meeting. Both of the agreements have been signed by the President of the Fire Board, and they are ready for your signature.
All right. Just to follow up with that, it's honestly, it's been a pleasure to be able to work with the Fire Board in particular on this issue that's important, not only to us, but also greatly the importance to the public to be able to get the staffing in these stations. Every volunteer fire department for a number of years has been asking for help, and we're finally in a position to be able to help them. You know, the original agreement that we talked about covered Hedgesville, Bedington, and South Berkeley, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to complement our already staffed station at Baker Heights, and there was no dollars truly left to be able to help with the station in Back Creek Valley. And their chief and one of their assistants came before us and really asking for help and explained the dire need that they have. and we knew the need was there, but still did not have those dollars. Well, they went back and spoke with the fire board, and the fire board was able to cover that department for 1 year on their own. And then after that, we will pick them up. We'll be in a position to be able to do that. But to be able to get all 5 of our volunteer fire departments staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is really, really a big deal. Chief Roberts is here today, and I don't know, Chief, you want to speak on that, or?
Yeah, I would just like to thank you guys for working with the Fire Service Board to ensure that we can get the service to the citizens of Berkeley County on a timely need now on 24-hour, 7-day-a-week basis, which will take effect July 1st due to some gear being out 100 days and so forth. And we are possibly going to have what it looks like our first fire academy in the history of Berkeley County Fire Department. To bring these guys on and train them the way that we want them to be trained. So when we put them in these stations, we know that we have good qualified candidates that's going to do the job that we want to be done. And again, thank you. Thank all of you all for continuing to push to try to find the funds so we can better serve the citizens on the fire department services. It doesn't go unnoticed, believe me.
This is another first for Berkeley County in the state of West Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yes. Listen, this was this whole thing kind of like boom went crazy. There was ended up being 184 applicants that applied for 12 positions.
Wow.
And listen, it's not about me. It's about us. You know what I'm saying? And when I say us, it includes you all. I mean, it takes a village, and I've said this before. It takes a village to make things right. And, you know, I think we're doing the right thing, man. People want to come to work for Berkeley County, you know, and that's.
Well, we want our people to be safe too, and this is a great step in that direction.
It's, you know, it truly is. It's amazing. I'm a little bewildered, I guess, you know what I'm saying, because I'm trying to stay grounded because I'm a part of history making things that are happening. So I'm trying to stay grounded as I can, but I'm telling you, I'm busting at the seams with excitement that, you know, I've told you all before, publicly open, that, you know, I don't sleep well at night, not knowing that, you know, somebody calls 911, they're not going to get a fire truck, or in a timely manner get a fire truck. Here, they're going to get it. You know, starting July 1st, we're going to hit the ground running, and we're going to provide the best service, an upgraded best service that we already are providing. We're going to provide a 7-day, 24-hour best service that anybody in the state of West Virginia is going to get from the fire department.
Well, thank you, Chief Roberts, for being here today. You know, I appreciate all your words of wisdom there, and to the residents of Berkeley County, today's a monumental day. This is a monumental day. You know, we've secured the services of 24-hour paid firefighters in our volunteer firehouses and to serve our county. This is the first time this has ever happened in Berkeley County. It's the first time it's ever happened in the state of West Virginia. So this is, you know, by July 1st, Berkeley County will once again be way far ahead of the curve and providing services for our residents that are warranted and needed. And I commend President Gokenauer and all the other commissioners, the fire board, who has played a huge role in this to make this happen with the agreements that have been made, and just would like all of our residents to know what a big monumental day this is, and a huge move forward for Berkeley County.
Absolutely. You know, we grabbed the bull by the horns to say, and you know, are out front leading. You know, to you know, there's this whole state is in a little bit of a mess. You know what I'm saying? And you know, there's you know as well as I'm going to say this, folks from other counties that are calling us. You know, from Jefferson County, those guys. You know, now they're the second County Career Fire Department in Jefferson County. They got their status. And, the other.
Harrison County.
The
wants to
other
move forward.
53 counties, are trying to figure out how to do what we're doing here in Berkeley County. So I think that speaks volumes of all of us, as a village, trying to make this thing right and trying to make it right for the people.
I just want to say, I appreciate the leadership of Commissioner Gobenauer in making this happen, and I really want to extend our appreciation as a commission to Adam Malk, Chairman of the Fire Board, and that board itself and those members for working with us to allow this to happen, because otherwise it doesn't happen.
Right.
And it's a really big step for us, and we greatly appreciate their support. And you got your work cut out for you. Your work crew just enlarged by half, 50%.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
It really is.
Okay. So we need a motion to approve. Do we need to do them separately?
I think you should, yeah.
All right, the
should.
first agreement that called for the staffing for the 9.
For the cost share agreement. right?
Yes, sir.
I make that motion that we approve the cost share agreement with the Berkeley County Fire Service Board with the Berkeley County Commission to add 9 paid firefighters to our staff.
Give the president the
That's
authority
if
to
Give
sign.
the
50%.
president the authority to sign that agreement.
Okay, it's been properly moved
I'll second that.
and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, ayes have it. And the next one is the agreement that the Fire Service Board will cover the 3 new hires coming out of, or going to Back Creek Valley. Need that motion?
I so moved, Mr. President. I move that we make that agreement for the 3 full-time for Back Creek Valley to be paid the first year by the fire board.
Properly moved
Second.
and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, ayes have it. Thank you. Very good, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
Here we go. And the next on there is the, from Chad about the hiring the additional 12 that will cover them.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. So the icing on this cake is you get to do the honor now. Over the past 6 weeks, the chief and his staff put together a hiring process that truly was something to see. The response to the applications was overwhelming. We hoped that we would see a lot of applications. We saw far more than we were anticipating. I got to give credit to the chief and his staff. And in my former position, I worked on processes like this. And when you're looking for first responders that are coming in credentialed across all different levels of their careers and training, the amount of paperwork you have to wade through and the different categories that your candidates get put in are very big. And over the course of about 6 weeks, the chief and his officers took 184 applications down to a written testing process that saw about half of those folks show up, maybe a little better than half. You had almost 50 people show up to physical agility testing, and then through that pool, they presented you with a list of the top 12 names, and these are very quality names that are going to do a lot for public safety in Berkeley County. Fire Chief is requesting your consideration to approve the hiring of the 12 names included on this memo. Their start date will be March 17th. They will come in at a rate of $54,227, and they will work through the end of June with an anticipated date of July 1, ending recruits being active 24-hour firefighters.
Very good. I'd like to read those names that's been submitted. Cody Keefe, Jed Teague, Ashton Shamball, Daniel Miller, Andrew Biller, Jesse Bly, Richard Hahn, Garrison Huggins, Roger Bradford II, Eduardo Hernandez, Odie Fritz, and Joshua Mills are the names that have been submitted by Berkeley County Fire Chiefs. Okay. Okay, so we need a motion to approve those hirings.
So moved, Mr. President.
Properly moved
Second?
and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Very good. Thank you. Congratulations, sir.
And thank you, guys, okay? We greatly appreciate everything y'all continue to do for us, all right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Will, are you ready to roll yet?
I believe we are.
Okay.
Also, as a matter of clarity,
In the Swinson matter, there are two James Swinson Juniors, one of whom is a beneficiary under the will submitted, the other is not. The James Swinson Jr. that is the petitioner is not one of those, apparently. James S. Swinson Jr., there are two of them. It doesn't change the order or anything. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Anyway, next we have the estate hearing for Peggy Ann Humphreys. Just as a matter of background, I'll go through that. It appears, and I believe everybody's in from the... We have everybody? Okay. Ms. Humphreys passed away on January 30th, 2023, testate, a resident of Berkeley County. On February 21st, 2023, Tracy A. Hose, the initial named executrix in Ms. Humphreys' will, qualified as the estate's personal representative. The will waived Ms. Hose's bond, thus no bond was required in this case. On August 21st, 2023, Ms. Hose submitted an estate appraisement of estate assets, albeit nearly 3 months delinquent. The estate was then set for publication on September 6, 2023, making the deadline for creditors that creditors had to file. That's going to be, that deadline was Sunday, November 5th, 2023. Only one claim of debt was filed on public record during that claim period, and that was of the Berkeley County Fire Board, ironically, which was released on November 1st, 2023. Thus, no open claims remain on this estate. Since November 1st, 2023, no subsequent filings have been made on this estate's behalf to my office. No annual accountings have been filed. No letters indicating the reason for delays have been filed. On January 8th, 2025, Miss Christine Ashbrook, stepdaughter of the decedent and beneficiary of the decedent's will, filed a petition by her counsel, Jamie Hill, to remove Miss Hose as the estate's executrix for delinquency and failure to make timely and complete accountings with my office. I believe Miss Hill is here and can speak as to her petition if she so desires.
Good morning.
Good morning. So my name is Jamie Hill, and I represent the petitioner, who is Christine Ashbrook, as Mr. Lawrenson mentioned. So as far as the petition, we are requesting her removal from the executor because she has not been performing her duties. There has been no communication with any of the beneficiaries in over a year. There has been no filings, as Mr. Lawrenson stated, and under statute, under the West Virginia Code Statute 44-4-2, there is a requirement that says that fiduciaries are required to file an accounting annually, even if it's an interim accounting. And that due date is 2 months after, a year from the date that she qualified as the executor, 2 months from that year. So 14 months following the qualification, which would have been around April 21st of 2024. So nearly a year that she's been delinquent on that. The estate has substantial assets, and the beneficiaries are just wondering what has happened to them. There is anticipated long-term death benefits of $8,800. There was a Truist bank account of $62,000, a credit union account of $20,000, and then potential anticipated tax refunds from the federal government of $94,000 and state government of $27,000. And the beneficiaries have not been updated on the status of whether those refunds or where those accounts are what have there been any other bills? There have been no other claims, but what have been the costs of the estate? And additionally, because she has not filed the accountings, we're also asking that any executor fee that she would have been entitled to be disallowed, and as she has not performed the duties that she has signed and took an oath to carry out.
I also believe Ms. Hose is in the audience today and invite her to speak in response to the petition filed. If you don't have to, if you don't want.
Good.
I believe we need to have her sworn.
Testimony or not? Read the whole truth.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, I am the executor of my sister-in-law's will. There has not been any communication. That is my fault. I'm trying to deal with getting the income taxes back. As far as the $62,000 that was in the Truist Bank, all of that went to pay bills. Here, as far as the checking account, right now there are $69 in that Truist account. I have not heard from the federal government. As far as the taxes, did file the taxes, and then it was brought to my attention that there was stock in the Edward Jones. That was, they accounted that and said that we owed money, and then Chrissy had contacted Edward Jones, and they said Peggy had 30 days to refile it so that she wouldn't have to pay income tax. So then I had our tax person do an amendment, which would be they would get 90-some thousand in federal and 12,000 or something in West State. I've been trying to reach them. I feel what I did wrong was I should have contacted the fiduciary office. I did have an attorney, but the attorney released me after Chrissy and her purchased the house. They purchased the house for the payoff amount. Advised attorney at that time when we signed the papers for them to purchase the house. She advised me not to do it, that I was selling it for undervalue, but as family, I felt I was doing the right thing because I wanted her to keep her father's house and her stepmother's house, and the grandbabies wanted to do it. So as a family, I guess I let my emotions take the better part of me. In all actuality, what I should have done as an executor, I should have just said we're going to sell everything and split it. I didn't, so I gladly sign over thing.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Hose? Thank you.
Can I ask her questions?
I believe so.
Okay. So you said about all of the Truist account on $1,000 in that. What expenses did
Let's step up to the microphone, please.
Probably want to speak into the mic, sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
The mortgage payments, I paid Honda payments, that was lease, and paid all of the water. I paid $6,600 for replacement of the water system. All of the statements here showing what was taken out of the account. mean, I would gladly hand this.
If I may, is it your position then that agreeing to withdraw? Is
Yes,
your- okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And we can kind of
Yeah.
deal with that after the.
Yep.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, we would just ask that.
Understood. Thank you.
Hey, any questions, commissioners?
No, at
She's
this
willing to
point-
withdraw. I think it makes it an easy decision here
Sure.
how to proceed.
I don't disagree. Since both of these orders are kind of unique, I'm going to go ahead and draft them after the formal approval by this commission, and I'll have them for your signature, Mr. President, by the end of today. Without further comments from the audience and interested parties, I ask for this commission's consideration to remove Ms. Hose as executrix for the estate of Peggy Ann Humphreys, and further request an interim accounting be submitted to my office within 30 days of today's date.
Very good. You've heard the request. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is the Bonnie bus and the Lucas truck parking lot piece. Thank you, sir. Okay, we have Chad, I don't know if that's something you want to go over.
Yes, absolutely. There's been a request from Dr. Funk at WVU Medicine through the Sheriff's Department to utilize the parking lot for two community access healthcare screening buses to come in. One is the Bonnie bus, or Bonnie's bus, I believe, which provides mobile mammogram screenings, and the other is the Lucas truck, which provides local lung cancer screenings, mobile lung cancer screenings. I'm sorry. These are appointment only. They're scheduled through WVU. They move around to be more accessible to community members who maybe can't make it into the healthcare facilities. They're not walk up. This will not create a bunch of traffic and congestion in your parking lot. They're just simply asking your permission to utilize the parking lot. Both units will be, with your permission, on site March 4th and March 5th, and they are going to operate between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. each day.
Very good. I think it's just another opportunity to partner and hopefully get the early testing for folks that would be willing to come there. But like I say, it's, to me, I think that our lot can accommodate that without any issues, and they are by schedule, so that will keep down the traffic in the parking lot itself. But just, like I say, just another opportunity to partner with WVU and hopefully get some early screening and check, make sure folks are healthy.
Is it free for folks that don't have insurance or no?
I do not know that. It's scheduled through WVU. I'm not sure.
That's a good thing regardless.
I know the Bonnie. I know enough that Bonnie's bus was established sort of as a nonprofit through WVU after a community member in Southern West Virginia died of breast cancer. They didn't have access to screening. Family worked with WVU to establish the bus, so I would imagine.
All right, need a motion to approve the request for the Bonnie bus and the Lucas truck. in
So moved,
April.
Mr. President.
Properly moved
Second?
and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, ayes have it. Thank you. Okay, we'll go take a break and we'll be back at 10:45. Okay,
And then I.
we're back in session, and next up is Corey Roman.
You took a break. Over next.
And Corey is the new person representing us with our home consortium and the CDBG administrator for the city of Martinsburg.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me. It's great to see you all again. So the reason I am here today is twofold, as you'll see on your agenda. The first aspect is going to be a public hearing for the fiscal year 2025 Home Investment Partnership Program, which we all just refer to as HOME. And then the second portion is for the fiscal year 2025 Home Consortium Resolution. This is all just, as you all probably know, it's just a typical annual process that we have to go through with HUD to make sure, that all of our participating members want to still be in agreement with the consortium. And then also just to outline some of the eligible activities that are included and to hear from the public, but seeing that we don't have anybody here from the public, that portion will probably be fairly short, but I'd also welcome your all's comments, or if anything. And
First of all, Corey, I'd like to go ahead and get a motion to open for the
Yes, sir.
public hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Mr. President, I move that we open for the public hearing.
properly motion
Second.
and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're now open, have an open hearing for the home consortium and the CDBG and home consortium.
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Corey.
So I will go over quickly just an overview of what the HOME program is. The HOME program, otherwise known as the Home Investment Partnership Program, is a program administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and it is the largest federal block grant program dedicated exclusively to housing for low and moderate income persons and households. The City of Martinsburg is the Community Development Block Grant CDBG entitlement jurisdiction to HUD, and as such can be qualified to receive HOME funds. For the Eastern Panhandle area to qualify, it was necessary to form the Eastern Panhandle Home Consortium of West Virginia, with the city acting as the responsible entity or participating jurisdiction. The consortium consists of the City of Martinsburg and the 3 counties which form the Eastern Panhandle, Berkeley, Jefferson, and Morgan. The consortium has been in existence since 2007 and has received over $7 million for various housing programs. Program eligible activities include hard costs, including construction, rehabilitation of affordable housing, conversion to affordable housing, site improvements for the development of affordable housing, as well as refinancing of existing debt secured by a housing project that is being rehabilitated with HOME funds, acquisition costs, including improved or unimproved land, purchase of property by home buyers, soft costs necessary for the financing, development, rehabilitation, or acquisition of housing using HOME funds, including architectural, engineering, and related professional services, staff and overhead costs directly related to carrying out a project, and the cost of environmental review with the release of funds from that environmental review. CHODO costs. CHODO stands for Community Housing Development Organizations. Ours in this area is Habitat for Humanity. So they get a specific set aside each year of the allocation, which also includes relocation costs for displaced households. And then, as I had mentioned previously, the administrative and planning costs. I want to note here, of the allocation, 15% of the overall allocation has to be set aside for our CHODO, which is Habitat for Humanity, and no more than 10% of the allocation can be used for program administration. So the process to receive an allocation of HOME funds: the City of Martinsburg must always prepare a 5-year consolidated plan every 5 years, which was completed already for the 2024 to 2029 cycle. And that consolidated plan becomes a roadmap as to how CDBG and HOME funds are intended to be expended during that 5-year period. And during each year of the 5-year plan, an annual action plan is prepared, which details specifically how each year's funds will be expended. The city is currently soliciting information on the thoughts of how the funds should be expended, which is the purpose of today's presentation. This meeting is to gather input on the housing needs residents and community leaders see in their communities. The City of Martinsburg and the Eastern Panhandle Home Consortium of West Virginia anticipates receiving approximately the following federal HUD entitlement funds during the fiscal year 2025 program year, and the exact amount will not be finalized until the fiscal year 2025 federal budget is established. And just a side note here, if the federal government is going to do what we all intend them to do, I do believe that our fiscal year 2025 entitlement allocation will probably be lessened. But we also don't know. It just all depends on how the budget ends up shaking out at the federal level. So what we always do, though, is that we base the budget off of the prior year. We don't do any increases or decreases without knowing what the federal budget's going to look like. So the expected fiscal year 2025 home funds are $455,810, of which 37% is allocated for Berkeley County. I will note that 37% is also the largest breakdown that we get between all the participating jurisdictions. And then that is cut down after we take the 10% of admin and the 15% for Habitat for Humanity. The expected allocation for Berkeley County this year is $126,487, of which we typically have been running a home buyers assistance program. In your packet, I provided on the back page just a flyer of the home buyers assistance program, just some general guidelines and the breakdowns, and what my process looks like for the underwriting purpose. So just to give you a brief understanding of what that looks like, it's for the low to moderate income folks that are looking to purchase a home in Berkeley County. The subsidy amount is $14,500, and that is all dependent upon the needs of the homeowner. So it could be less, and we're expecting with a new HUD rule to be able to increase that allocation by $10,000 for the same 5-year agreement. So the way the process works is that it is a deferred no interest loan. And that the terms of the loan is 5 years. So if the homeowner purchases the home using the Home Consortium HAP program dollars, they are expected to live in the house for 5 years, and then that deed of trust is essentially wiped, and it is considered a grant at that point. I just experienced a homeowner that left after, I believe it's roughly 2.5 years of home ownership, which then requires us to do a recapture of the down payment dollars. So we will be receiving back that subsidy amount, and we would do the same for anybody else that does not fulfill the terms of the agreement. So with that being said, I do not believe that there's anybody here to make public comment, but I would welcome if any of you all have anything to say.
Corey, can you tell me, like, over the last year, approximately how many people you've been able to help them, and were they in the city, were they in the county, were they in Jefferson? Do you have those numbers?
Yeah, I don't have the actual dollar amount, but I can just tell you off the top of my head that within the last year, I'd say we've helped between 7 and 8 home buyers, and that has been split, honestly, between the jurisdictions. The last couple have been in Jefferson County. Before that, I had a few in Berkeley County, and I also have had one in the city of Martinsburg. The biggest issue that we have currently is with spending dollars in Morgan County, just because there aren't as many homes for purchase there that fall within the limits of HUD. So with the program, you'll see on the flyer, there are maximum home pricing that can go into the house. It's supposed to be for the purchase of what HUD has deemed a suitable habitable living environment. So there are caps that are placed on the price of the home that folks can buy. And we have seen with Morgan County recently, and we're seeing it in Berkeley County, that home prices keep going up. So that it has squeezed the program a little bit. But we're hoping with the new HUD rule of increasing that allocation by $10,000 to $24,500 for that same 5-year agreement will hopefully make some inroads and help some more folks become first-time home buyers.
Very good. Anybody else have anything else for Corey? I'll tell you, quite honestly, we've been, Nancy had come before us, all those years, and I think you hit the ground running. It sounds like you're well versed on what's going on and be able to help folks through that process. So
thank you, sir.
Congratulations on your job, and look forward to good things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to add one thing, that this is a big deal to a lot of people, first-time buyers. This block grant program also has built a tremendous amount of the parks in Martinsburg, the small mini parks around town. A lot of those have been a result of block grant money. The organization has had the funding for it. It's a really good thing, a wonderful thing.
Being a landlord, this is the first time I've noticed that y'all have a tenant-based rental assistance.
Yes, sir.
And we don't have to talk about it now, but I'd like to, for my tenants, some of them, they fall into some hard times. And I'd like to give them an avenue to get them help. if
Yes,
they
sir.
need it, so.
And the way that program works is that we sub-fund those dollars to organizations in the community that carry out the tenant-based rental assistance program. So currently, we have a contract with Community Networks, Inc., who is currently running the program. And then we also have some different allocations with CCAP and different organizations of the like. So if you ever want to reach out, I can definitely get you in contact with the folks that are running the programs that we fund out of this program.
Okay. I got a couple ideas.
Corey, could you keep me posted on the Habitat stuff? So, I've been involved in Habitat for many, many, many years. I kind of haven't in the last maybe 6 or 7 years. I know they have a new director and there's some things happening with them. So that's an organization that I really enjoy being involved with. Done some blitz builds in the last, probably back 10, 12 years ago, where we'd build an entire house in a week, and a lot of fun, and just I really enjoy that Habitat, that whole network. So, in my other life, I would like to be involved in Habitat and provide some services for that.
Of course, yeah. And I'm not sure if you all saw in the Journal, I believe it was last week, we had a groundbreaking ceremony. Habitat is building a house currently out on East Burke Street, going up the hill, Irish Hill. So they're going to be doing a new build out there, and that is actually being funded in part by 2 years of that 15% set aside that I talked about from the home program. So you're currently in a project with them by the means, of the consortium. So I'll definitely keep you involved.
Well, we'd love to provide the painting for it. I mean, my guys get excited about that. We'll go in and we blow those things out. So
awesome. Yeah, anything that we can do to limit that overhead cost and, try to work with our community partners is something that
we usually get our supplier to donate, and we'll go do the labor and make those things happen pretty quick. And we just love being involved with that organization.
Okay. Yep. I'll definitely make a note of that, and I will get you in touch with Ms. Keys.
Sounds good. Thank you, Corey.
I think that site where the building at, we lost 3 houses in a house fire one night over there. So that's that site you're building on.
That's the spot there, yes, sir. And you can still see that there's some of the foundations still left from some of those homes. So they'll be working in there to help beautify that area, because right down the road from that is a pocket park that was put in that has like half a basketball court, and it's also attached to the ever-growing trail network that is being developed within the city and county. So
I just got a text message from one of my employees. One of my longest employees has a Habitat home, and that's kind of how I got tied in with it. So he just texted me and said, make sure I mentioned that. So
okay, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yeah. So okay, you ready to? Okay, if we close the public hearing?
Yes, sir.
Seeing there's no one here to speak, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. President, I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
I've been moved in, second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Thank you. And next, Corey, is a resolution.
Yes, sir. So what I have here, just to intro it, as I discussed some in my spiel, we do the 5-year consolidated plans every roughly 3.5 years for that next 5-year chunk. And then annually, we have to come back to all of our participating jurisdictions and do annual resolution, just that reaffirms your commitment to being a part of the consortium. So that's what the resolution you all will be voting upon today will be. And I would just ask from Ms. Schul, whenever we do get the signatures on the resolution, that you could send me an original copy of it so that I can ship that off to HUD and put it apart as our annual action planning for the year. So if you don't mind, I would like to read the resolution.
Would please, thank you.
A resolution of the County Commission of Berkeley County, West Virginia, authorizing participation in the Eastern Panhandle Home Consortium of West Virginia for the period of July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026. Whereas Title II of the National Affordable Housing Act of 1990 provides for the creation of the Home Investment Partnership Program, hereinafter referred to as HOME. And whereas the home regulations promulgated by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, under 24 CFR Part 92 authorizes units of general local governments to enter into housing consortium cooperative agreements. And whereas there is a need throughout the Eastern Panhandle, West Virginia, to provide affordable housing for the low and moderate income residents. And whereas the City of Martinsburg, County of Berkeley, Town of Hedgesville, County of Jefferson, Town of Bolivar, City of Charlestown, Corporation of Harpers Ferry, City of Rance, and Corporation of Shepherdstown, County of Morgan, Town of Bath, Town of Paw Paw, West Virginia, have formed a consortium that has been designated as a participating jurisdiction under the HOME program, thereby entitling the consortium to seek annual funding. And whereas the Berkeley County Commission entered into a 3-year housing consortium cooperative agreement with an annual renewal clause for the participation in the HOME consortium of the Eastern Panhandle. And whereas the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development is expected to award the HOME Consortium of the Eastern Panhandle a home grant upon request and consideration for fiscal year 2025. And whereas the Berkeley County Commission recognizes the need to obtain funding for affordable housing and has identified the HOME program as a source of funds to meet this need. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the County Commission of Berkeley County that Berkeley County will cooperate with the City of Martinsburg, County of Berkeley, Town of Hedgesville, County of Jefferson, Town of Bolivar, City of Charlestown, Corporation of Harpers Ferry, City of Rance, and Corporation of Shepherdstown, Town of Bath, Town of Paw Paw, West Virginia, as well, for participation in the HOME program. And the President of the Berkeley County Commission is hereby authorized to enter into a 1-year cooperation agreement for the period of July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026, with the other members which form the Eastern Panhandle Home Consortium of West Virginia. And a copy of this resolution is to be submitted in the request to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to approve funding for the Eastern Panhandle Home Consortium of West Virginia for the above fiscal year 2025 Home Investment Partnership Program, adopted this day, 13th day of February 2025.
Thank you, sir. Okay, need a motion to accept.
Motion to approve the
resolution.
resolution.
Adopt.
Adopt the
Adopt the
resolution.
resolution.
Second.
Probably moving second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Ayes have it. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you,
Good seeing
gentlemen.
you.
Corey, great.
I appreciate your time.
presentation.
Thank you, sir. And likewise, we typically, just as a side note here, we typically have done just the home buyers assistance program with the home dollars, knowing that we're going to need to expend funds in a more robust way. I provided in your packet there the eligible activities that fall under the home program. So just keep in mind in the future, capacity being that we would like to start to go into other realms as well, such as rental rehab. We discussed a little bit of the tenant-based rental assistance, but I'm really looking to expand the offerings that the program has. So whenever that is the case, I'll be sure to keep you all in the loop just to let you know of other opportunities that we are investing in Berkeley County.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Corey.
That East Burke Street Park was built with block grant money.
Yes, sir.
Was
Yes, sir.
Totally.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Kinzer, prosecuting attorney for your fiscal year 25-26 budget presentation. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, Joe.
How you doing, Joe?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Good.
Excellent. We've been busy over there in the prosecutor's office so far this year, but you'll see very little changes to my proposed budget. I do want to thank the county and specifically Gary Wine for helping provide data that I asked for to try to look back through prior years and see where I thought we needed to make any changes. And I think it's evident by my budget that I'm not really proposing any huge changes right now. They're kind of just a small change as to, we have a line item 212, a printing line item for $200 that I could never find anyone using that really in the past, but I did notice that over the last several years, we've had a lot of postage expenses that we did not have a line item for. So My proposed budget just eliminates the printing allocation and does put a $500 for postage, and that's really the extent of the changes that I've made. That being said, one of our largest contractual services is dues and subscriptions. Dues for attorneys to be a part of the bar, that's something that's unavoidable, but Mr. Orsini and I have been attempting to set up a meeting with the Westlaw folks. That's the service that we use to access current case law, current statutes. So most of our lawyers don't carry around books. You know, we have online access to Westlaw, and our office actually covers all of the Westlaw access for the attorneys in our office, as well as for the attorneys for the commission, and I believe Will Lawrence, and it's all on our budget. And I'd like to sit down with them and review what our contract is and see if there's ways that we could tweak it, make it more efficient. And Dom is working to set that up right now. But I left all of that untouched until I can kind of shake out and see what kind of a contract we can get with them. So, but that's really the extent of the budget at this time, if you guys have any questions.
Self-explanatory for us.
$300 increase is
You
all
make
it
very
is.
many changes at all, so you made it easy
I tried.
today.
Appreciate
Everything going good? Got your staffing where you need to be?
Yes, we're working on it. So we filled our 2 legal assistant vacancies, and those folks are getting trained and up to speed, and I think they're going to both do incredibly well. Myself and my chief, Ray, we went to the law school last week and interviewed several law students who have indicated a desire to come out here when they graduate and join our team. And we're hopeful to get some letters out maybe this week to them to see if we can lock them in. And if we can land some of these folks that we interviewed last week, the future is bright. We've got some great looking candidates who are interested in being lawyers in our office. So
Great.
Looking forward to it.
Very good.
I've heard over conversation, in fact, I had that conversation this morning, that we can't get judges to come here and live in Berkeley County. And it's the best part of the state of West Virginia in my mind. I'm a little biased, of course, but
I agree with you.
is it because of the salaries we're paying is not competitive, or is it cost of living, or
Workload?
the workload, or what? I mean, I know it's the busiest
All of the
part of the state,
All of the
too.
above.
All of the above.
Yes,
but,
sir. You know, one of our assistant prosecutors that we lost at the end of the year, you know, went to Preston County for allegedly, you know, for more money, but also just the cost of living in Preston County is a lot different. Of course, I think that's a lot nicer out here, but you know, it's a combination of all those factors. And I've been so fortunate in my communications with the commission previous. You know, I think you all have always extended, if we're not being competitive enough, to let you know. And I do think that there might need to be some revision to our base salary to attract lawyers to come here and get their foot in the door. But right now, because of the vacancies that we have, and kind of the extra money left over from some salaries previously in the budget, I'm looking to see if I can modify our starting salary without actually having to ask you all for more money yet. Kind of handle it as an in-house change of salary. So we're looking at that in the coming months.
So Joe, if you have open FTE positions, you can take that money and use that to bolster some of your other positions?
Well, I don't want to take entirely, but what we had was, like, for example, my position is an APA. So I had a much higher salary than the starting salary when I left at the end of the year. So if we're going to replace my position with someone out of law school, we're not going to hire them at what my salary was. So we've got some leftover to work with there. And we had a couple lawyers that left with some seniority and a little bit higher salary. So I think even if we feel that we need to increase the starting salary for prosecutors, I don't see right now as that's being something that I would require or that would require a request for additional monies at this time. The only thing that's still pending out there is we had 3 lawyer vacancies, and I came out, I think, a couple weeks ago and discussed that I'd put one of those in contingency to be able to use part of that salary and hire a new victim advocate, which we've posted for, and I think we have over 20 applicants so far for the victim advocates. 26 applicants. So the only thing that could change, I guess, later in the year is if we get to the point where we have hired 2 lawyers and the victim advocate, and if I want to reevaluate at that time. We've not been fully staffed on lawyers in a very long time. I think there was a 2 to 3 month period in 2024 that we were fully staffed, and I've been there for 10 years, and that's, I think, the first time we've been fully staffed, and it was a short window. So I would like to see if we get the 2 new attorneys hired, if we can kind of reevaluate and see, well, do we need that 3rd attorney position, or are we okay just moving forward with what we have? And I'm sure I'll bring that to you all if in fact that happens.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much. Have a good morning.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good to see you.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, let's go end our morning session. Any items from the public? Let the record show there is nobody here. So we're going to take our break, and we will return at 2 o'clock. All right, we're back in session for our fifth session of the Board of Review and Equalization. And our assessor, Larry, has to come forward, please. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing? Must be the weather. Yeah, good afternoon. We don't have anybody to come for hearing appeal. Actually, the guys and the gals back there, they've done a great job taking care of, as the calls come in, they explain everything, and we don't have to come over here. So,
good.
So
Can you explain that, what's walked in here?
that one, no. I can't. I'm not gonna touch that one. Anyway.
Okay.
So Cody's got a couple changes he wants to submit for residential changes we had to make. One thing I want to ask her, since it's been kind of a late season for the appeal Board of Equalization, next week on the 18th, which is Tuesday, we don't have anything. The other two dates were optional dates, the following Thursday and the following Tuesday. If we don't have anybody by next Tuesday, hopefully we can sign it out next week on Tuesday. It's up to you guys, but I have to get started on the board, the certification. I got to have it to you by March 3, so it doesn't.
They put it on there, they did put it on our agenda for next Tuesday,
That was
sign it out.
Gary's plan. Gary and I talked about that.
Oh, they
That
did?
was
Great.
Gary's
It's on there
plan.
for next Tuesday
That's
right
great.
now.
Since we didn't
That's
have
great.
anything, then we hoped everybody could wrap it up, because he has some
That
things
would
to
be
do as well,
perfect,
so
yeah, if you could do that.
we have it as sine die unless you bring something to us
Good.
next Tuesday that we can't,
Good.
that you all can't get done. Then we could put it, we have it scheduled for sine die.
Works for me.
Very good.
So,
Thank you.
thanks.
Afternoon, Cody.
How you doing?
Good, sir.
I just got 3 changes again today. So the first one is in Martinsburg, so District 6, Map 11, Parcel 241. It's under B Ventures Equipment Maintenance LLC. What happened with this one was it was previously a larger lot, and it got split out, and we never corrected the lot size on the parent parcel, so it got overassessed. So right now we have it at 64,860. With the correct lot size, it drops it down to 18,660.
Okay. Yeah, I need a motion to accept the change on the property at District 6, Map 11, and Parcel 211.
So moved.
241.
I'm sorry, 241. And that amount is $18,660.
Correct.
So moved, Mr. President.
Second.
Been properly moved and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Ayes have it.
And then the next one, it is District 1, Map 16, Parcel 3. It's owned by James and Susan Stanley. What happened with this one, it goes together with the next one I have. A parcel was merged incorrectly into this one, owned by another individual. So he paid more than he should have on the land. This is just a correction for that. So the assessment on that was $49,320. That's going to drop to $49,140. So just a little piece of land got added on when it shouldn't have.
Okay, as Cody's requested, the property at District 1, Map 16, Parcel number 3, and the adjusted amount is $49,140.
Move to accept.
Properly moved
Second that.
and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then the last one is that parcel that was merged incorrectly. We had to create that parcel for the 25 tax year. So that parcel number is District 1, Map 16, Parcel 1.2. And that's owned by Diana Razavi. So it had no assessment for this year, so that's just zero essentially. And then what it's going to be is $26,940.
Okay, as Cody just stated, the property at District 1, map 16, parcel 1.2, and the value of $26,940. Need a motion?
So moved.
Properly moved.
Second
I need a
that.
second, and any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Cody.
All right, thank you.
Cody.
Next up is the Honorable Shelley Shepherd. Come forward. Shelley? All right.
I don't know.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Shelley.
Hi.
Hello. Yes, how are you?
As you can see, and you mentioned earlier, our budget is pretty simple. We're not asking for any increases. Our contractual services run $29,200, and commodities run $15,000. We stay well within our budget. The state does provide a lot of services for us when it comes to our equipment with our computers, in case you didn't know. They supply our computers, our scanners, and our printer.
It comes from the Supreme Court.
Yeah. So I always have to check with Lori. Now, who am I supposed to be calling for IT on? Okay. And then the county provides the other part of it. So, as I said, we stay within our budget. We did this past year. Training and education was always something that meant a lot to us in our office. And this past November, we contacted some other folks within the state, and we had them come over to the Eastern Panhandle. When we were at our clerks conference, there were 2 areas that needed addressed in the Eastern Panhandle and with some other clerks. So we asked these agencies to come to us, and they presented an all-day workshop for us, and we invited Jefferson County over, so their circuit clerk's office, some of them came over to this prosecuting attorney's office from here, joined in, so that we were all there learning the new rules and regulations of what some of these laws meant and what it meant for all offices involved and what we needed to do in communication-wise, and we found that to be very beneficial. We're looking, also this past fall, one of the clerks that deals with family law, she and I attended a conference, a training session with some local attorneys and family judges over in Hampshire County, and that was very beneficial. So we're trying to take advantage of those situations when they arise, when we find the needs. We're reaching out to see if other agencies can come into us and provide these services to us so that we don't have to take time out of the office trying to find coverage. And so far, we've been very successful in doing that. We find that they can see what the Eastern Panhandle is like and can hear all of our concerns, because when they're at a clerk's conference or the judge's conference, they don't see the whole picture of how it dwindles down, the ripple effect. So whenever we do this, then they can all see that. Some other things that we have done, we did have a clerk that retired at the end of July. Kathy had been with us for a number of years. Recently, I want to speak briefly about the staff in the circuit clerk's office. I've been in this position for 2 years now. We, and I do mean we, have made the office a lean and efficient working environment. There's teamwork, there's willingness to train for backups now, and support from one department to another. There's communication. The deputies are willing to help their coworkers in learning a better way to complete their tasks, and we're finding that they're not afraid to show the person next to them how to do their job in case they are out in the courtroom or someplace else, or even out sick or on vacation. So that has been a plus. We were able in the process of eliminating some positions only because we found it was, I don't want to say eliminate, they were overstaffed or reallocating duties during our first year. So during my first year, we were able to come back to you all as a group and to ask to reallocate our salaries and funds. So we were able to bring the average salary from 32,000 up to 40. So we have our clerks, our deputy clerks, up to 40,000. Now, I do have two that just recently are going to be finishing up their 6-month probationary period, and we will be bringing them up to the salary that they should be, and which was approved in the 24-25 budget. This not only has increased morale and self-worth amongst the staff, but it's been a major benefit in our recruiting process. We did notice that this past time whenever we needed to recruit, that with that base salary being higher, that we were able to find candidates that were more qualified for these positions. And with the help of Aaliyah and with Chad, they've helped me through that process last year, and I appreciate that. Penny's always willing to answer any for us, and we do appreciate what they do for us. And also, we were able to promote from within. We interviewed several candidates, but Chief Deputy Lori is with me today. And so we were able to do that, and we continue to explore reclassifying of staff and their duties. There are a few that have taken on leadership roles and responsibilities. And I believe that there needs to be structure. At first, everyone was a deputy clerk, but some jobs entailed a lot more duties than another person's. So we have worked within to do that, and we continue to work with Chad on that process. Recently, some of the fun things that they've done, whenever I talk about the morale and everyone working together, is that they have participated in the Martinsburg Christmas Parade for the past 2 years. They come up with their own theme. Whatever they want to do is fine with me. This year they wanted to recognize the marshals and thank them for everything, so they were our little angels. And so they went through that route. We began having a family picnic, and then in January we held a Christmas dinner in the evening where we could bring our significant others, get together. We were able to recognize 2 employees that just recently completed 5 years and one that completed 10th year anniversary. So I would like to recognize them when we can, and we would like to do that annually at those gatherings. And I think a little bit of recognition goes a long way. Today is a bad day over there. We're short-staffed for one reason or another. All judges are running at the same time, and everyone is just, they're pulling their weight. They're pulling more than that, and they're going in different directions, but they're all doing really well. Is there anything? Answer?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just have a couple questions.
yeah.
Just how many FTEs do you have? How many FTEs do you have? How many full-time employees do you have?
I have right now I have 17 and 1 part-time. I do have an open position that we have advertised. It closes off tomorrow, and then we'll start.
Yeah. Well, I like the morale building stuff. That's very important. A little bit of that stuff does go a long ways to making people feel that they're appreciated. So,
it does.
yeah. Well, I'll say to you, just like I said to Mr. Lang about the court marshals. You guys are it's the busiest courthouse in the state. There's more people coming through there. There's judges are busy. The building is just rocking and rolling, and we appreciate all that you guys do. I don't think people realize how many cases are heard in there, and I didn't realize it until I started doing some digging. And there's a phenomenal amount of cases heard on the magistrate side and a lot on the circuit sides and then family courts.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot going on in that building. That building is very busy, and a lot of people coming and going. And I know that's a lot of coordination on your part. So we appreciate you and appreciate everything that you do, and it's always good. I like the morale building stuff. It's like you said, a little bit goes a long way.
It does. It does.
I'm just concerned that, we've added a new judge, circuit judge, and we've added a new magistrate. I don't know how y'all are doing it all, and so don't sell yourself to the point where if you need help, you need to come to us and ask for help.
Right. In that.
I mean, obviously, a new judge is going to put an extra burden on your whole office.
Well, with the circuit judge, with a new magistrate, and with a new family court judge. They are, you figure, the reason they were added because of the caseloads that we have here in Berkeley County. again, this is where we thought up here, but we didn't think all the way through. You know, we thought about that. We added those judges to Berkeley County. We provided staff to those judges, but they don't realize that you need marshals in those courtrooms and provide security, but you also need the clerks because each one of these people, those three offices, that's more cases that they're going to be seeing. There's more, you know, it's going to be more rapid. Everything's going to be coming through. Some days we come in and the queue's just blown away. But, you know, we may need to come back.
When you get to that point, you need to come back and talk to us about it.
Well, we do appreciate your reorganization of your staff and making everybody a lot more efficient so that one person can maybe perhaps do multiple
Yes,
jobs.
yes.
So that's efficiency in your office. We appreciate that. And morale is huge. Those things, you know, I'm sure you'll notice a difference in the absenteeism, just along with just the
We have.
along with just the general attitude of people enjoying each other's company and getting the work done, and you know.
Yes, and well, for an instance, today, this one particular judge likes to hear a lot of cases at one time and jumps from one place to another. And the other clerk, one deputy clerk that her judge wasn't running at the moment, she said, I'll go up and I'll assist. So they tag team and they got it knocked out. And that's a big step.
Thank you.
Big step to see.
Thank you.
So we appreciate.
We appreciate the job you're doing, Shelley.
Thank you.
Thank you
gentlemen.
very much.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Next up is Honorable Tony Petrucci, County Clerk, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi, Tony.
Good to see you.
How you doing?
Commissioner?
How you doing?
Or maybe get elsewhere.
President. Yes, sir.
You're making Steve get up and now he's exercising. He's going to get awful warm up here and want the air conditioning on. And
Okay, appreciate the opportunity. I do have Chief Deputy with me today, Ms. Marcia Knoll, and John Alderton, who will be speaking here in a few minutes. First budget, of course, four of you know, but Mr. Hardy, you probably know this by now. We actually have three. I'm going to talk about the civil service budget first, which is number 421. Give you a few minutes, pull that up. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah. Just say when. Got it. Okay. We'll go ahead and go down to the contractual services. We'll just follow the line items. On 218, we had 750 last year. We upped it to 1,500, and this is mainly because of more testing that we're going to be doing, also, which will cost more mail service. John can talk about that there in a little bit. Line item 220, 5,000 last year. We upped it to 10.7, basically because we're trying to reach out. And this is all based on Civil Service Board that they looked at for the last year about increasing this so we could possibly get more people interested in being a Berkeley County deputy. With that, it does cost money, so that's why it went up to 10.7. Reaching out to Maryland and Virginia and also Pennsylvania is the goal. 221, training and education, 16.5. That's a new account that hasn't been on the books probably for forever. I know for many years that line item has not been available. That will be new one, like I said, at 16.5. And John will talk about that here in just a few minutes, why it's 16.5. Professional services, we left at $10,000. That's been $10,000 has been on the books for years in case
there would be some type of litigation might be needed throughout the year for some reason or another. So I'm going to bring John Alderton up real quick, and he can explain the two line items, 220 and the training, 221. If you have any questions, he can certainly ask you or tell you what you might want to hear. Okay?
Afternoon, John. How you doing, John?
I'm well, sir.
Good, John.
Greetings, folks. Greetings. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Commissioners, and Mr. Weinbrenner, and I'll even throw Penny in here because I think she's as important as you folks are.
Absolutely.
You know, she's definitely a team player. The Honorable Tony Petrucci, he alluded to those increases. Let me start with the biggest one. I always like to get the biggest one out of the way and then go down. The $16,000 line item that you see there, the Civil Service Commission is looking to go out to a different vendor. For the last year, for the last several years, and I'm going to go back probably 30 years to include when I took the test many, many years ago, it's the same darn test. And the thing about the test is it's not fair to the deputies that take that test. And what I mean by not fair, our tests have been provided by the West Virginia Division of Personnel for all these years. It's the same test. They do not provide a study guide. And I really think that is the true injustice of them doing it, that we're trying to promote leadership within a department, but yet we're not giving them the tools to study and gear up for the test. Think back to your kindergarten days. You had something to study. A sheet of paper went home with you on spelling words. There's nothing that gets to go home with the deputy. So we've went out, we did our cost comparison bids, or not bids, but pricing with 4 different vendors. We tried to get 5 and didn't get the response that we wanted. The company that we're looking to is one called Standard and Associates. They're based out of Chicago, Illinois. They offer a modernized test in 2 different levels. First line supervisor, which is a corporal and a sergeant. Second line supervisor, which is a lieutenant and captain. And we've even slated it for the classification plan that was adopted last year for that of the rank of major when the sheriff wants to implement that rank. This test, the test that this company offers, we can even customize that. It's expensive to customize it, but it can be customized. And I'll give you the example when I say what I mean by it. The sheriff will provide us documentation from his department's use of force policy manual, tasing, use of force, pursuits, what have you. We can also incorporate questions that they will write for us out of the West Virginia State Code, generally 17C, which is law of traffic and things like that, codes. They write those questions so that we're getting a better overall deputy for those different leadership positions. The first line supervisors, we went back and analyzed, and for that we would anticipate $10,500 to be for testing for next year for the first line supervisors, corporal and sergeants. $6,000 would be that for the lieutenant and captains. And we're not counting the major because sheriff doesn't think he'll go for that rank next year, but it is on the books if need be. So that's the big piece of it. The other part where the increase was the postage. We're going to be given more tests. We're going to need to send out more tests to get them analyzed. It's not something that can be done via email. The other increase was that of the advertisement. Folks, I'm here to tell you, advertising, especially in the Journal, is expensive. A little ad, and I'm not exaggerating, I can come down, I'll show you my records. A little ad about that wide, about that tall, $408 to $422 for a one-day run. We're not getting the return on our investment for that. We're not. So we have found that we're getting a better reply from out of state, but it's word of mouth. It's not being advertised. We just did an advertisement in 3 different papers for this most recent hire that we're going to be doing. And again, it takes money to get that investment back to us as far as applicants go. And right now, it's a tough world out there to get applicants. So applications are due to us by February 26th at 5 o'clock. If you know anybody that's interested in being a deputy sheriff, tell them to come see us. And we will be giving the physical agility test and the written test on March 8th, which is a Saturday morning at Martinsburg High School. So, gentlemen, what questions do you have? I want to know that I've answered your questions and you're going to make an informed decision.
Yeah, John, I've got a couple questions on your testing. From a previous life that I had, we were given, like, there would be a certain amount of questions out of fire ground tactics. There'll be a certain amount of questions out of building construction. There'll be a certain amount of questions out of hazmat, perhaps, or even EMS. And then we would go and purchase the books ourselves. We made the investment ourselves into our education.
Yes, sir.
But we were given that this is where the information is coming from. You go get it if you want it. I mean, are you providing them with the documents to go study?
Not all of them. Going back to what you're alluding to, you were provided, I'm going to call it a study guide, because that's what this company, Standard & Associates, calls it, as a study guide. That's part of the ordering process. A test will cost $100 for the corporal and sergeant. It's $125 for the lieutenant and captain, but you need to purchase a study guide with that test. $10 is the cost of the study guide. That's what part of that cost is that $10 included. Is that book that study guide will tell them what chapter and page out of the departmental policy this question will be extracted from. So it helps guide them to study those particular areas. Now, part of that other information in that study guide is there's 5 books for a corporal and a sergeant. There's 5 books for a lieutenant and captain. 4 of the books in those 4 categories are the same. There's 1 book different in each of those categories. We are not buying that. That cost is roughly, it's over $700 for that set of 5 books. We did not feel, and I say we, the Civil Service Commission, along with Honorable Petrucci, but we can't afford that. And I'll give you the example of what I mean by we can't afford it. Last year, in one of the tests for corporal, there were 28 deputies that were eligible to test. In all fairness, somebody should buy 1 set of 5 books for each of those 28 deputies for them to take the test fairly. We don't feel it's incumbent upon the county clerk's office to do that for a budget. Now, what is going to be recommended is that maybe 4 or 5 of them get together as a study group, and each one of them buys one of those books and they rotate it around. So that kind of goes back to what you were saying. You had to pay for some for your investment and you were given a study guide. So, and it would tell you where to find those questions.
When somebody comes on board as just a deputy, they take the civil service test.
Correct.
They only have to take it one time, right? Unless they're promoted, is that correct?
The open entry test is a one-time test, and that is not part of
And
this.
each time you're promoted, you have to take a separate test.
Yes, sir, you do. Yes, sir, you do.
So if you were going to become a corporal, you take a different test?
Yes, sir,
Become
you
a
will.
sergeant, you take another test if you become a...
With the company that we're with, West Virginia Division of Personnel, it's the same test for a sergeant or for a corporal and a sergeant. It's the same test for the rank of lieutenant and a captain.
But there again, if you are a lieutenant and you become a captain, you don't have to take it again, is what you're saying?
No, sir, you do.
Oh,
For
you do.
each grade, you do have to, it's a promotional
It's the
increase.
same test.
And that's per state code.
Okay,
Yes, sir, that's per state code.
I got you.
But per state code, are you allowed to go to a separate vendor and buy and use a different application?
We can. And all of this has been routed through Mr. Weinbrenner. We've routed it through the legal department, Mr. Malsey. Mr. Malsey recommended, highly suggested, we go back to the West Virginia Division of Personnel to seek their approval for that. We gained their approval for that on December 6th.
So they'll give you the approval to use an outside vendor?
They've already given it to us, December 6th.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you're aware that in our local journal, the subscription rate has dropped dramatically.
Yes, sir.
So you're right, you're not going to get a whole lot of return there. I would think that word of mouth from a deputy to, deputy to deputy across state lines, that's probably going to be your best recruiting attempts.
And to be honest with you, it really has up to this point. We've went one step further within the past week with the meeting with Mr. Weinbrenner and working with Matt Umstead. Mr. Umstead is now putting information out on social media. The civil service, we wanted to start a civil service page so we could promote ourselves, if you will. Working through Mr. Weinbrenner, he referred us not to do that, at least at this time, and to work with Mr. Umstead. And this past week, I can tell you, I know these two gentlemen here, on their personal web, social media, Facebook page, they've shotgunned it out, and it's getting a lot of traction. It is. That's where we're going to get our most bang for the buck, I believe.
Actually, I think I shared it.
You did, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But the civil service has always kind of struggled, to my recollection, with the sheriff's office. This person had this job to do, and they also had this particular job to do. There was nobody really and truly. So I commend you for getting a person that deals strictly with civil service. There's a lot of activity there, and we want them to have a good, fair process, especially the promotions.
Yes, sir.
So we'll do the best we can do.
And sir, that's all we want is for you to do the best you can. It's not for our commissioners. It's not for me. It's not for the county clerk. It's for the men and women of that Berkeley County Sheriff's Department there. We want to give them the best that we can give them. Next month, probably towards the end of the month, we're going to be presenting you folks with an annual report. By state code, it says we need to provide the county court and the sheriff an annual report. Past annual reports have been 2 pages. One that's going to be turned into you all is a 76-page right now. And that's where it's going to stop. It goes back to what you were saying. It's been a busy year, and I really didn't realize how busy it had been until I started putting together this report. For example, they had 57 applications that were turned in to the Berkeley County, to the Civil Service Office. only 24 people showed up to take the test. We got to nail that one down. If we get 57 applications, we want 57 people there
What's
to
the
test.
failure rate on the test, John?
I can't give you the exact rate, but I'll tell you it's high.
Like of the 24, half of them or more fail?
Yes, sir. If we have 10 people, and I'll just use that number, 10 people to turn in the application, that day of the testing, maybe only 7 people will show up. Out of that, you're probably going to lose 1 or 2 to the physical agility test, which consists of sit-ups, push-ups, and a 1.5 mile run that they must do, unless you're a previously certified law enforcement officer. They are currently exempt from that. And then, let's say you get down to 4 people to take the written test. Probably you're going to lose 2 of those 4 in that written test. And that's been the case for quite some time. So our ultimate goal, when down the line, I say down the line 2, maybe 3 years, the same company does offer open higher entry test, and we at some point will pursue that. But we want to make sure we got this promotional process down first. And I will tell you, this is the same promotional test that the city of Martinsburg uses for their city police officers.
So do you take that physical test and the written test the same day?
You do. We'll meet at Martinsburg High School on March 8th. We'll do the physical agility part starting at 9 o'clock. Sit-ups, push-ups, one of those 2 will be first, or one of them will be second. And then we would do in the 1.5 mile run. And then we will have all applicants that pass all 3 of those phases meet us back at the Berkeley County Sheriff's Department in 15 minutes to a half. And then they will undergo a current test of 84 questions dealing with comprehension, grammar, basic math. There's no trig or algebra or anything like that on it. It's all basic stuff. It's an 84 question test. They have 2 hours to complete that examination.
Very good. Well, I guess, anything else?
Just the failure rate, I mean, that's a pretty high failure rate, but I guess you're okay with that because you're really weeding out? Or,
I mean, are you required to do that test
We're
on the
not,
same day?
we're not okay with it.
You're not?
Are you required to do it the same day? Well, my point is this, after you weed it down and you only got so many left, at that point, I could see giving them a manual to study so that hopefully they'll pass the test.
But again, there's no manual to give them for that test. People often ask me, what can I study? If you're not going to give me anything to study, what can I study? Books A Million, the other bookstores, whatever they are. People, that's an individual question from the aspect of your study habits and your study habits, possibly 2 different things. I've had people tell me that the study guide that they got at one of those bookstores helped them. I've had other folks tell me it didn't help me a bit. So I really can't. Whereas, if we give them a study guide from the company that we're using, it tells them what to study. It will help people pass the test. Where we've been fortunate is on some of the hires that they have done is West Virginia State Code has a 5-point preference for veterans, has a 10-point preference for completely disabled veterans, but that's not going to fit with this. So if they're a veteran, they get 5 points added to a passing score. A passing score is 70%. And it was bumped up from 65 to 70, probably about 10 years ago, due to the fact that when they go to the West Virginia State Police Academy in Institute, West Virginia, they must have a 70% passing rate on the examinations they take there. So we started at 70 right from the very beginning. We've also added in the rules and regulations that are adopted locally and written locally that a certified police officer gets 5 points added to his or her score. That has bumped several people above that 70% pass rate.
Very good. Thank you, John.
Thank you, folks.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Tucci?
Okay, I can honestly say these gentlemen, John and the other people in the room, has worked hard on this for the past year, so give them full credit for that. 402, County Clerk's. Got it?
Gotcha.
Good, okay. We'll go down to contractual services. We'll go through these line items. Printing, left at 250. Travel, we upped it to 1,700, just based on fuel costs and.
That's 17,000 on ours.
Excuse me?
That's 17,000 on ours.
1,700.
Oh, good. That makes me feel a little better.
I saw that too.
You changed that?
Thank you.
Yeah, it was 1,500 last year. I mean, let's, I didn't think we had any big trips scheduled, did we? Yeah, Bahamas, right. Okay. Slipped down to 220, line item 220. We left the same at 250. Training and education, 1,500. We do send some of our employees to education, wherever it might be. Dues and subscriptions, usually $1,000. That's sort of standard. Line item 223 is the Cox Holiday. They prepare our financial statement. We left at $50,000, basically what it cost last year. The important one, and probably the one you might be wondering about more than any, is 230 under the contractual services. Last year we only had it to $15,000. We did it up to 56, and the reason for that is we lost our accountant in the financial department, Sherry, but we have maintained her as a contractual person on the books to help out with the financial department work, which has worked fairly well so far. So she's on the books as a contractor, not as a full-time employee. She does her own 1099. When we need her, we call her and pay her so much an hour, $58 an hour. So that's why that has escalated up to $56,000. A lot cheaper than hiring a CPA or another accountant if we had to. We have 3 people up there now. It's working through some things and doing a fairly good job, but there is some issues that
They didn't have the same level of expertise that she did, is what you're saying.
Correct, but she's still available to answer some questions or weed out some of the problems we might have on a particular issue. I think, Benny, you've been exposed to some of that with that. The last two, 341 at the bottom, commodities, we left $30,000 for the supplies, materials, and on the record books for $1,000. Any questions?
No, sir.
Last one. Probably the most challenging. County clerk elections. And I would want to say before we go any further, this does not include any hiring of new people. We have some people that's left that we've replaced, but there's no additional people added. I know when I took over this great job, we're down probably 4 or 5 people overall, especially in the clerk's office. Let's start under contractual services. Printing, 212, 7,500, we left the same. Travel, 2,000, left the same. 216, equipment, 25,000. Postage, we left the same at 2. Building and equipment rentals, 3,000, left the same. Advertising, 25,000 in the legal publications. Training and education, 2. We occasionally go to training for certain things. Professional services, 223, is with the computer companies we use, ES&S and Castro Harris. Past year, we went way over $6,000 for issues we had and some issues on their end also, and also with the Secretary of State that we had to use them more. So based on what we were spending, we felt like 25 should be sufficient. And of course, whatever we don't use, we'll go back to the commission on any of this. Line item 230, big increase. Last year it was $190,000 for contractual services, which is the poll workers for the elections. We also have probably 10 people we use for contractual services also during election night. Last year, we didn't have the 2 additional early voting places included in this last year's budget. So that's why it was $190, and come to find out, we actually spent about $240,000. We made it work through moving some money around within the budget itself without asking for any state budget revisions from the state. So we're asking for $325. I know it says $300,000 on there, but after we took a look at it a little closer, I felt more comfortable with $325,000. And of course, if we only use, 325 will certainly come back to you folks.
My paper says 300 on there.
Yeah, it needs to be changed to 325. Gary just said, just make sure you're all aware of that and pencil it in. 341, Department of Book Supplies and Materials, and $90,000. And I believe that is it. Marcia, do you have anything you want to add? Feel free. Come on up. Come on up.
Afternoon, Marcia.
Hi, Marcia.
No, just that in voter registration with the election and everything that we go through with the election, you have, the 3, thank you, early voting places, which you have to staff each one of those. So that causes the amount to go up, but also we have to prepare all of the equipment and get everything ready. So in doing all of that, when we looked at it with what he put for $300,000, then we looked back at it, and when I added it all up to see, right now their budget is scarce, to be honest, to go through the rest of the year until June the 1st. Their budget is very scarce. So we were kind of padding it just a touch to be able to allow for a little more wiggle room in there. I have moved money all over the place and taken it out of every line item that I can figure out to cover everything that we had. Plus, we will be getting our 80 new e-poll books that we got through the HAVA grant. They will be coming at the end of March. They have a new upgrade to their system. ES&S does it, a G4 or a GO4. Our ones that we have now have the previous system on it. So when we get the new ones, they'll come in and they will upgrade our old ones so that we're all operating on the same system. And we're trying to do a little more training where we're going to have more hands-on for the poll workers. So we can set them up and they can actually go through. If you 5 were poll workers, we would have one of you checking in, one of you doing the next step, and each one would have to trade spaces to be able to do each poll worker's job so that everyone will become familiar with that. So we're increasing the training so that we have people who feel more confident when they're out there doing it. Because a lot of these people, our older workers are getting older and they're retiring and not doing it anymore. So now we have young people who don't really know anything about the system or how to work it. So we're trying to get them more familiar so that they don't kind of panic on election day and call in so much. That's all. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have about 400 poll workers on election day, and the early voting facilities that we have, the three, runs between 15 and 20,000 for those 10 days. So we just want to make sure we're cushioned it a little bit, as she explained. And training is very important. We feel we need to upgrade that, so we won't have too big issues.
Well, it's much easier to get the poll workers and retain those poll workers the next time if they've been shared the information
Absolutely.
they need to do their job.
Absolutely.
You know.
What we're actually looking at, I know you're on probably on a time schedule here.
We got plenty of time. Go ahead.
On election day, we've never really had somebody in charge. This year, or I should say this year, 2026, we're going to have a person that we always call the messenger. We have two commissioners from each part, one from Republican Party, Democrat, and two poll workers that work the desk, and two messengers. But these messengers are going to be called supply clerks, which will be in charge of their precinct. There'll be somebody in charge of that precinct, and they'll have to have some training instead of some sort of haphazard things, which, if something happens, a poll worker can go to the person that's in charge and say, I've got a problem, what do I do? And before we didn't have that. So, it's, doing that costs a little extra money. Not a lot more, but some. Because they get, the messengers got paid a little bit more anyway. So I'm not planning on increasing that part, so. Any other questions?
I don't have any.
I think the three early voting things was a plus for the county. I think everybody appreciated it from the voters.
Yeah.
I think it went fairly smooth. In
Yes, sir.
fact, I was shocked that it took the load off this place, I can tell you that.
Yes, sir.
And of course, it was a presidential election, was it, this year, so that was busy, but I think it was a plus, and the extra money that we spent to create that, I think was a good investment.
I think 2026, I think we'll probably keep it the same. I don't think there'll be a need for an additional polling place.
There should be less voters.
So you're
since
probably
it's
going to
not a
get
presidential election.
16, 17%.
Yeah.
Not very good, and John knows all about that. But 2028 might be a different story. But we might look at something out on the west for an additional early voting facility. But I don't think we'll
we
do
would
anything
need
for
26 either. But.
Yeah. And whatever money's left over, me and Commissioner Whitaker talked about the bocce ball court that still is not in place. So we'd like for you
upgrade that.
We could sort of pencil that in somewhere.
Yeah, we'll do my best on that.
Nice glasses, buddy.
Thank you. At least I can see who's at me.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Barney, are you ready to come up, Mark?
Absolutely.
Yep. We'll have to start tournaments with it.
Yeah, run everybody out there. Everything's free. Everything's on him.
That's right. Food and beverage.
Yeah, why not?
I like how you think.
Hey, I didn't know. I know this was shared with you guys. The presentation, the annual report for the Solid Waste Authority. I didn't know if it would be available there. We don't have to be. I wasn't sure. I was going to bring my iPad to see if we could mirror, but if you all have it, okay.
We have it. Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, I'm Mark Barney. I'm the vice chairman of the Berkeley County Solid Waste Authority. I'm also the principal at South Middle School, and I ran away from bus duty to come over here today. Thanks for the adjustment. It's good. Helps the other end of the day. So I'm going to take you guys through the annual report of the program. First time I've ever done it. I've listened to Clint talk to us about it in board meetings in years past. I probably won't be as long as Clint is, but I'm going to take you through, talk to you about the overall program, the health of the program, the tonnages that we brought in last year, and to support the requests that you guys received from us for this coming fiscal year. I want to start, though, by introducing our program manager and our program administrator. So I came in, I think December, I can't remember, late November, early December, and requested some of that emergency funding to get some support in place of Clint's absence. Clint was serving as our chairman and our volunteer program manager, and so appreciate the support there. We hired Lynn Lashley to be our program manager. She's our part-time program manager. You guys are probably familiar with Lynn. She's been with us for a long time. And we hired Althea Bear, who has just started with us as our program administrator. She's full-time. And so that role that Lynn played before, that program administrator role, now goes to Althea, but there's a good solid foundation there with Lynn being the one who stepped into this program manager position, who is training Althea to do the things that she was doing. So there's a pretty smooth transition there, which I felt was very, very important in how we move forward. The recycling program, the history of the program, operational since May of 1995. We are the largest recycling program in the state of West Virginia, and we are very proud of that fact. Concepts associated with the plan. It's a voluntary drop-off program. It's supplemented with curbside. And the mandate associated with recycling, now I can talk about later. There is no mandate to recycle, and that's partly because of this program that we have in place here in Berkeley County. So we have the voluntary drop-off component, and we also have the voluntary curbside component. I am a board member, very proud to be a board member. I participate in curbside. The nature of where I live puts me in a situation where I feel strongly about participating in curbside for the dynamics of getting things there. I'm a recycler at a high level, but I use the curbside. Clint and I back and forth on this at a high level. He takes everything to the voluntary drop-off. Sometimes I supplement with that, but I use the curbside. So there's two people on this board, similar interests, but doing it a little bit different way. But every citizen in this county has an opportunity to do it one of those two ways. If you look at, and anything you guys want to supplement with, and I'm saying relative to tonnages and things like that, feel free to jump.
Curbsides and the food drop-off.
True. Going forward there to our drop-off program participation, and that first slide is vehicles. And I have that at 125,000 vehicles for the year 2024. And then we broke that down into Grapevine Road, South Berkeley, and the Hedgesville Center. And you can see that Grapevine Road, those numbers were up. South Berkeley, those numbers were down a little bit last year as far as vehicles. I would explain some of these things I look at and I struggle to find reasons. There's certain things it's really easy to see a reason. What's available at Grapevine, where the population is relative to Grapevine, the dynamics of the in and out at South Berkeley potentially contributes, but a greater increase there at Grapevine Road over a little bit of a dip there at the South Berkeley Center. The Hedgesville Center, some of you are probably familiar with. We call it a center, but it's just a trailer that we pay to have somebody, once it gets full, haul it for us, and then it's emptied, take it back for us. It's not a true recycling center like we have here in the center of town, like we have on the south end of the town. It's something that I felt pretty passionate about when I came onto the board, and it was in 2013. And it's kind of taken a dip. It's fallen off because of the economics of it. Was trying to get something on the north end of the county for that end of the county as far as a comprehensive center like we have here at Grapevine, like we have at South Berkeley. Had lots of conversations a long time ago when DuPont closed down. It wasn't DuPont, it was DSI. I had conversations with the guy from Chemours. Chemours took over DuPont before they went to DSI, and those conversations, that all transition changed. Somebody else bought the property, and I don't know where that is now. It's something I would like to see happen. I would love to see a drop-off center at the north end of the county, partially because I'm on the north end of the county. But at that end of the county and its growth could use the support and having something that you don't have to run to town to or have to run to South Berkeley for. That next slide, single stream curbside participation. I'm one of those 3,772 households that participates in the single stream curbside participation with Apple Valley. And you can see those numbers. If you look at those at the bar graph, those are going steadily on the increase. You explain that with growth. You explain that with a mindset. You can explain that with lots of things, the convenience of it. And truthfully, the cost of it's pretty effective for me. It's $4 a month for them to pick up, and it's all in one hopper. The only thing that I run into that becomes cumbersome is they run into weather issues. All of a sudden, I've got a month's worth of recycling that I can't get in one container, and I have to move things around. That gets a little sloppy, but other than that, it's a very convenient service, and it comes at a reasonable rate. The next slide, you'll see the bicep in the air. Be your program tonnages. Your 2024 tonnages are up over 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, a steady increase there in overall tonnages. And then we break down into specific tonnages. Aluminum cans up at about 82,000 pounds. Mixed papers down a little bit at around 500 tons. Organics are way down, and this is one that's pretty easy to explain. 2024 was a pretty dry year. When we have those years of those intense storms, we end up with a lot of organics coming to the recycling center to be ground into mulch. Last year was a pretty dry year. You didn't have those significant storms. You didn't have a lot of brush coming in, so those numbers are down significantly. Glass bottle tonnage, 350,000 pounds. That's up significantly over from 2023. Our plastic tonnage is way up. 2024 at about 600,000 pounds. Appliances, ferrous, non-ferrous metal tonnage is down a little bit, not a ton. Electronics holding pretty steady, 200,000 pounds. Battery tonnage is down a little bit. So you have the ebb and flow. You have certain things, certain years going up, certain things, certain years going down. Fluorescent lamps at about 2,600, and that's down pretty significantly. And I wouldn't have a good explanation for why fluorescent lamps a year over would be down that significantly.
Everybody's going LED.
Going into a different direction, making a better product. There's lots of things come to mind. Liquid recycling's up. And our single stream intake is up significantly. There's a couple notes there under single stream that I made to myself that I think they're really important. The economics of our program are helped by single stream. So we have a relationship with Apple Valley Waste. For every subscriber, we're paid a certain amount of money. And so that is a help to us. They have a building at the Grapevine Road Center where they run this single stream through and eventually take it to their MRF in Hagerstown. Also, another component of single stream that I thought was worth mentioning, and we'll do this presentation here closer to the end of the year, is Apple Valley Waste helps us out with the school recycling program, Operation Green Lead, which we don't get a lot of participation out of. South Middle School participates, St. Joe's participates. We've had James Rumsey. We've had up to 4, and for 32 schools in the county, that's a tough number to work off of. This year, I think we only have 2, St. Joe and South, but I felt like that's worth noting. The barrier there is Apple Valley can't haul anything. So if I'm at South Middle School and I'm participating in this recycling program, I have to haul to the recycling center. Our staff participates at a pretty high level, but we're very close. It's convenient. The schools on the north end, it's not convenient. If there was a recycling center on the north end, maybe it would be a little more convenient. Maybe more schools would get involved in it. Recycling makes sense slide. that all comes down to landfill cost avoidance. So running a voluntary drop-off program that's free to the taxpayers creates a situation where they're not taking that to a landfill and paying to dispose of it at a landfill. So we have that number at about $300,000 of savings. In the public versus private slide, it's important to note, if we didn't have a voluntary program, the PSC would mandate a recycling program for Apple Valley Waste subscribers. And that would cost them a whole lot of money that some people don't want to spend on recycling. They don't want to recycle. And that goes back to that conversation at the beginning about mandating. So they would mandate a recycling program for every Apple Valley Waste subscriber if this voluntary program didn't exist. So my requests have been heavy lately, financially, I understand. But when you break down those kind of numbers and look at what it would cost if we didn't have this voluntary drop-off program for our community, those dollars would be greater. It'd be a greater cost to the taxpayer. Anything there? Anything to add to tonnages or weights or anything that? I don't have textiles in my presentation. Litter control programs. You'll notice the chart, the formal litter complaints are way down since 2015. When we started this with the Sheriff's Department, those complaints were very, very high. Those complaints have come way down. Now, there have been communication gaps between us and the Sheriff's Department that have been fixed at a very high level. But my feel is the nature of the work that the Sheriff's Department puts into supporting those open litter complaints that we get has created a situation where you're not seeing as many of those open litter complaints because the people are responding to the fact that somebody's knocking on their door talking about the trash that they're accumulating in their backyard. So that's a component of it. We also have collection programs, which I'll take you through a couple slides associated with those. The Adopt a Highway program, our stream cleanup program, and roadside pickup. So moving to that litter enforcement complaint slide, like I said, those numbers are way down, and I feel that's a response by the people who were committing those infractions, responding to the Sheriff's Department knocking on their door, and the relationship with the Sheriff's Department is strong. We just had someone from the Sheriff's Department who was on medical leave. So there was a little bit of a gap, a little disconnect, made a phone call. He's back now from his medical leave and giving us feedback on the complaints that he gets. So that relationship's good. Those numbers are down. Tire collection events, it's another component of litter control. The amount of tires that we get, very high. The amount of tires that we pull from a stream, very high. The only thing that we run into, I would say, that's a negative associated with our tire events is we have to put some type of limit on it. And we also don't allow Bob's Tire and Eddie's Tire and all those places to bring a wave of tire to those tire events. But number of tires.
Did they charge you, Mark? Did they charge you to take them wherever you to get rid of them? Where would you take them?
So REAP takes them. I don't know where exactly. And is that Lewis County?
Tire collection is very highly.
Yeah, I say, did they charge you all to bring those there for tires?
They support the event financially, correct? REAP? Yeah, the REAP, DEP, they take care of the financial side of it. We provide the infrastructure for them to run.
Tire collection in West Virginia is highly regulated. They're highly regulated. Who can do it and who cannot do it.
After the tire fires, Powell's fires and all that.
Yeah. Bulky goods. Last year we did bulky good events, and those numbers are there. Number of bulky items. 2024, the numbers were way up. Our stream cleanup program, and that's a total number of bags, tires, and bulky items pulled from streams. There's not a lot with stream cleanup going on right now. They go to public access points, Back Creek and Opequon primarily. There's public access points, and they work those areas right now this time of year. Probably late March, early April, mid-April, probably more likely. They'll start getting canoes in the water and working to clean up the waterways. So this time of year, it's a little bit restrictive because of the nature of temperatures and being in water and not being necessarily safe. Roadside cleanup, you can see those numbers are up. That program is working at a very high level. Those reports every month produce high numbers for us that we review. So that's your number of bags, tires, and bulky items. In 2024, those numbers are up. Pesticide collection, something else very regulated that we conduct those collections. It doesn't happen very often. You don't get them very often because of the nature of them. But those, like I said, those numbers are down. But that chart reflects the numbers in pesticide collection. The Insorga report, and this is probably the most important thing because this, to me, is the thing in our program right now that if we can get this remedied, these conversations about needing funding for this and that become lessened in my mind. So the attempt to recover Insorga. It's been a hot topic. You guys listened to Purcell in here last month. We own the building. In the short term, we were working with Apple Valley Waste on waste consolidation that was through some legislation that took place last year in the legislative session. In the long term, we're trying to work with this company, Purcell, and Apple Valley Waste is a piece of that too, to get that back online, running, and that potentially being what drives revenue for us at a higher level and backs us off of these conversations of asking you guys to supplement our program.
Who would purchase the energy that they produce?
A lot of conversation around Argos. But I understand there's a lot of conversation around Argos going into different hands now, and I don't know that to be 100% solid, but
Quikrete.
Yeah, that's what I understand. Didn't know how much that was out there, but that's what I had heard. So the cement kilns in a place like that is where
That's traditionally where it was said.
Yeah. Now the conversations with Purcell, and there have been a few. I get the sense that their aim is to try not to put all their eggs in that one basket and try to find others. But we've talked a lot about that one, and then a conversation about them changing hands. I just heard that in recent weeks. So that would be your partner there.
So I have had a few residents reach out to me about tire collection. I know the tire collections are typically in South Berkeley. If there would ever be any other tire collections at any other points, I know that they typically always do those in South Berkeley. And then also I've reached out about something in North Berkeley, like a drop-off center, recycling center. I know you touched on that.
Yes.
I know you'd worked on that, but if that's something that we can work together on, anything we can do, that I can do to help you with that. I have a few properties in mind, a few places maybe someone we can work with.
Yeah, that's something
the north end is growing very, very quickly.
Yeah, that's something I'm very interested in. I've being on the board, working with Clint. That became a big thing in my early days, 2013, 2014, 2015, when some of that transition took place there with Chemours, and I got really excited about some of the things, some of the conversations, and then that kind of went to the back burner with Insorga, and then the issues of Insorga, and now Clint's situation. So it's all kind of. But I would love to see a drop-off site on that end of the county. I think it's needed at a high level. We are not in a spot financially where we can pursue it. But it's something I would like to see. Take off. I think it would be used at a high level. I appreciate it by the taxpayer at a high level. I do. It's something I would like to see. The drop off or the tire events at Grapevine. I'm guessing. I don't know this. I know they've always been at South Berkeley.
Yes.
I've never really pursued a conversation with why we.
All around through the center, then back out, down Landfill Drive, up Grapevine Road, and then we got.
Okay.
Traffic
Needed for logistical
flow.
purposes for traffic.
It's too much, yeah, and sometimes we're rebuilding It went down, road, down through the traffic circle. That was when it. But, pandemic, things, rebuilding there, but we need that for people. So our line.
There's your reason.
Logistically, it's just more favorable. And I have been,
Thank you.
Else have any other questions for Mark?
I use the one grapevine, I don't, because it takes everything except tires. It's just very convenient. I agree.
Which one I use?
If we could get one in North Berkeley, it would be slammed, I think.
Yeah.
And I think we're just losing a lot of people that's not recycling because of that.
And or they end up throwing it out.
Throwing it on the
back
road
roads.
or whatever, yeah.
I heard this morning there's going to be a big push for soft drinks, maybe moving back to glass and more plastic and glass. There's going to be I think there's going to be an aluminum shortage with, there's no aluminum smelters in the United States, and with the tariffs. So I heard some of the manufacturers were talking about moving back to glass.
I hadn't heard that. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
It is interesting. Full circle.
Yeah.
Y'all picking up pump piles again?
2 cents a bottle when I was a kid.
As president on the Green Top program at the schools and making the schools their own personnel and volunteers, I wonder if our roadside litter could help out a little bit with that maybe on pickup. Just a thought. You know, if one of the other schools to help out the transport.
It's a good thought. It would take some coordination and
Yeah.
planning, which we could do on my end there at one school. I can't speak for the other 30, but it would.
If we could get it coordinated that, you know, they make a call and say, look, we got 7 green tops. And
Yeah.
we
Schedule a
flag that
pickup.
out there and
Yeah.
schedule a pickup. That would
Possible.
help.
Yeah.
We like partnering.
Yeah. There was a shift in the roadside, as I understand, correct? There was a shift from, wasn't there a shift in roadside litter pickup?
Yes.
It seems to be.
Being overseen by community
services. Yeah.
Yeah. It's doing, I mean, the numbers we're getting, it's going, seems to be doing very, very well. Yeah, very pleased with that.
Didn't they get a big machine that kind of
Yes.
Vacuum.
Yeah.
A big vacuum.
Need 2 of them.
I wouldn't mind giving that a shot.
You want to go out and use it?
Yeah. Okay.
When you do curbside though, you put the glass, aluminum, and everything in one container. And then
And so when
they
they
have
take
a
it,
separator.
when they take it to their facility, it
There's a
gets.
big separator that
Yeah.
I guess they dump it in and it actually
Yeah,
separates.
which, if Clint were having this conversation, he does not love that concept of.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't say I do either. It's very convenient
But
for me, and
it's so convenient for the
yes, it is.
customers.
So who's the end user of it now?
Of
The
all those
recycling, all the recycling, the plastic to glass. Where's the end use of it now? I mean,
from our sites, or are you talking about from the single stream? From our sites, we have a variety of vendors that it goes to. So you can speak to a few of them. Glass is Bradish, right?
The single stream goes back to Valley Waste Work.
This,
We just did a tour of Clinton like with. And we spared everything.
but how do they turn that into a financially successful? I mean, because the recycling is.
yeah, it goes with the commodity market, and sometimes that's way up, sometimes it's way down.
It's been way down.
They sort of bail it and sell it.
Okay.
What I wanted to know was who the buyer.
Yeah. I mean, because the market has become almost doesn't even exist. I mean, no one's buying plastic, no one's buying glass.
Yeah, it's a tough game. Yes.
Mark, is the mission still bailing plastics for you?
They haven't. How long has it been? They haven't for a while. They're there right now. There was a little bit of a lag. Wasn't there a lag there with some of the rescue mission? Wasn't there a little bit of disconnect there, and now they're back on?
No.
There wasn't.
No, I do have to coordinate with them. They do a huge. Good prices. So I have
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for stepping up and
Yeah, it's been a challenge.
we all.
But I would say the overall health of the program, I give a lot of the tip of the hat to Lynn. It's things are smooth overall. Are there little choppy things once in a while? We miss this, we miss that, absolutely. But we usually connect on it and get it done. Today, I didn't have the Zoom link for our next meeting to her, and usually I have that to her weeks in advance. And I was like, well, I'll get it as soon as I get back because I had to go somewhere. But I would say the program overall is thriving. And that's on the backs of these two ladies sitting here who are running the day-to-day for us. So it's important to us to keep it, especially considering Clint's situation, to keep that momentum and keep things moving in the right direction. So.
Well, I know everybody misses him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thank goodness I still have it.
He was a champion, no
Yep.
doubt about that.
Yep.
So we certainly wish him well, and
We appreciate what y'all do for our
Yep.
community.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
thank you
See you
very
next
much.
Wednesday.
And thank you, Kenny. You have helped me out.
All right, let's just take a
See you
little
next
break.
Wednesday.
We're back in session. Any items from public? Let the record show there is no items, no folks here for the public. And we need a motion to recess.
Mr. President, I motion that we recess.
We are in recess. Thank you.